のでもそんなんじゃダメもうそんなんじゃほら心は進化するよもっともっと言葉にすれば消えちゃう関係なら言葉を消せばいいんやって思ってた恐れてただけどあれなんか違うかも千人の道も一歩から石のように硬いそんな石で塵も積もれば山となでしこ死ぬ気でいや死ぬ気でふわふわりふわふわるあなたが名前を呼ぶそれだけで宙へ浮かぶふわふわるふわふわりあなたが笑っているそれだけで笑顔になる神様ありがとう運命のいたずらでも巡り会えたことが幸せなのでもそんなんじゃダメもうそんなんじゃほら心は進化するよもっともっとそうそんなんじゃやだねそんなんじゃまだ私のこと見ててねずっとずっと私の中のあなたほどあなたの中の私の存在はまだまだ大きくないことも分かってるけれど今この同じ瞬間共有してる時間塵も積もれば山となでしこ略して塵積も山となでこクラクラリクラクラるあなたを見上げたらそれだけで眩しすぎてクラクラるクラクラリあなたを思っているそれだけで溶けてしまう神様ありがとう運命のいたずらでも巡り会えたことが幸せなのふわふわりふわふわるあなたが名前を呼ぶそれだけで宙へ浮かぶふわふわるふわふわりあなたが笑っているそれだけで笑顔になる神様ありがとう運命のいたずらでも巡り会えたことが幸せなのでもそんなんじゃダメもうそんなんじゃほら心は進化するよもっともっとそうそんなんじゃやだねそんなんじゃまだ私のこと見ててねずっとずっと
Hello. Actually, this is the first time when I listened this music in a full version. Very interesting. Okay, 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 okay. So, my dear friends, normal mapping. This is what we finished with yesterday. So we made our anvil. We we made a sculpting. We tried to add some materials. Now we are trying to add the normal map, so our render will take much smaller time. But we don't know how to do it because according to the Blender Guru tutorial, which was filmed 5 years ago, as you can see, September 2017, this is 5 years ago, it was done on an obsolete version of the Blender 2.7 point something, and of course all the functionality which present now in much newer Blender version 3.2.2 already works in a very different way from this one. And yesterday we struggled a lot to make our normal map working, but we failed and I just gave up. I gave up because I had no more power to fight with the Blender. You know, sometimes you need really to fight with the Blender to make something really working. I don't really like it, but what can we do? This is part of the process. We are studying, and sometimes we have to improvise. We have to figure out how to solve the problems which appears in front of us, and there is no other way unlike to understand how all the processes works. And you know, by such a way we just increase our professional skills, so it's fine, it's part of the process. We just have to figure out. So now our task is to understand how the normal mapping works, how to create a normal map, and what are we doing wrong. Yeah, this is the task for today, and I hope after this we will be able to finish today the Anvil tutorial, because it's already the third day of our attempt to complete the Anvil tutorial, and we are still not able to finish it because of some items very time consuming. Some items just requires you to understand how to use them correctly, because the tutorial was filmed, as I said, already 5 years ago, and there is a different version of the Blender software was used during that time. That's why now it's not corresponding to my workspace, and from time to time I have to figure out how to make some of the processes. So let's continue. And what I want to do now, I want to understand why our normal map is not working. For this we have to check again what we are doing wrong. So at first, materials. I want to delete this material so it will not interrupt with our material so far, because as of now we don't need it. We can use material later, it's fine, it's not a problem. Adding material is not so hard. So I just want to remove all the parts which can interrupt which can interrupt our workflow. What if I apply this modifier, the displace modifier? Maybe it's supposed to be applied. Maybe this is the reason why we cannot use the normal map, because it's like it's not applied and thus the program cannot see it. So we already created non-color normal map. We called it normal map. I'm sorry. Actually we called it normal Mao, but who cares? So all according to the instruction. And it was created to our duplicated version, because this is our sculpture, the version which is supposed to be baked inside of the duplicated material. So let's see one more time this video to understand what are we doing wrong. Let's go and let's switch on some music. Drum and bass. Wow, why so loud? Why so loud? Ping, ping, ping. Okay, we have music prepared, we have everything prepared, so let's watch the video.
With Blender, and today I want to show you how to bake a normal map from a high poly to a low poly mesh. This is the high poly mesh. I just sculpted a few details onto the area at the top. When you have a look at the wireframe, you see it is quite dense. Let's see the statistics. It has about 400,000 triangles. And the low poly mesh is just, yeah, a box. I unwrapped the low poly with a Smart UV project, so we can directly go ahead and start baking the normal map. And you will see we will need a lot of steps, but I will show you in the end a good way to simplify it.
I mean, I deleted the color. Does it mean that our anvil still unwrapped? Let's actually check. Yeah, this is our main anvil. It's so lagging here. I hate this. Hate this. It's impossible to work. Okay, we have our mapping. It's completed. That's all we need to know. Let's go to layout.
Okay, let's have a look at the material in the shader editor. The low poly has a default shader, a principled shader. And the first thing we have to do is to add a normal map node.
So this is our high poly shader. This is our low poly shader. We have here principled, material output, normal map, normal map.
So press Shift and A to add the node and search for normal map. Here it is. Now I connect it to the normal input of the principled shader. And then I go ahead and add another node, which is an image texture. This I connect to the normal map, the color output to the color input, And last but not least, we need an image, so I press New to create it. I increase the size to 2K, and the name we can set to normal cube, for instance. Okay, great, and now important, set the color space to non-color data.
Okay, all set. Name set. Non-color set. Resolution set. The lines connected, all connected. Okay, great.
Okay, nice. With this setup, we are ready to bake onto the normal image. But I want to see what I'm baking, so I open a new window. And in the dropdown, I select the image editor. Here you see the image that we created, the normal cube. If you don't,
Let's, for example, make for this one let's add some material, just some principle, and let's hide it. Here we use this one, we choose it, go to render, go to baking, we choose normal, select it to active.
don't see it, then select it. And then be sure that you have the node for the image selected.
Node for the image selected. Okay, it's selected. Here, this is it. Normal map. Right? Same.
Okay, now comes the tedious step in which you have to select both meshes, both objects. So first of all, I make the high poly object visible, then select it in the viewport, then press the Shift key and select the low poly as well. That's important to select.
So we take our high poly, this is high poly, and press Shift to select low poly. So our low poly selected.
First the high, then the low poly. Then go to the render properties and choose the Cycles render engine, because we need this for baking.
Cycles render engine chosen, GPU complete chosen, feature set chosen, selected to active chosen.
Then we have to go to the bake section and select normal for the bake type. Then be sure to have this option checked, selected to active, to bake the selected high poly to the active low poly object. This is why we selected the objects in this order. The maximum ray distance can be set to 0 most of the time, but I often have to change the extrusion. Let's have a look at this example. Some geometry of the high poly mesh is above the low poly mesh. This can happen when you sculpt the
Okay, let me try to add here actually the size of our anvil is quite big, so maybe it just cannot reach because it's like 2 meters height or something like this. So let's try to make an extrusion I don't know 0.5. Maybe it's just not enough distance really.
details to the high poly mesh. But of course when I bake it now, I want these details to be baked onto the normal map. You can measure this. This one is about 32 millimeters above the top plane of the low poly mesh. So in order to cover these details when baking, I set the extrusion to a value of about 34 or 35 millimeters. Alright, so let's go ahead and press bake.
Let's go ahead and press bake. Bake. Circle independent image normal mount from object duplicated anvil. From object, here he has from object low poly cube. I mean, as of now, all processes looks the same. I guess this is just this extrusion distance, which was not enough to cover all our bumps, because our anvil it's like, I don't know, 2 meters or 6 meters in a height. You see, it's 5 meters wide, 2 meters width, and 2.2 meters height. And now, previously we choose just 5 centimeters. I mean, it's supposed to be enough, but maybe it's not. So now we made 50 centimeters height. So we will see if this enough or not. Scale is applied. Maybe we're supposed to apply scale for both of these objects to make it work properly. We will see now if we get any image here. Please work, please. Okay, now we have something, and these areas are, yeah, this is the areas which are which were how you call this, too far. So yeah, let's try, I don't know, 0.1. Let's try 0.1 or 0.2. Let's try 0.2. Let's try 0.1 first, after this 0.2. Bake. Finally it's working. So it was just not enough of this extrusion lens, I guess. Actually, it's not so hard as I expected. That's good. I mean, the image looks a little bit terrible, but I guess it's supposed to look like this. We will see now how it will look actually, in fact. Fucking shit and fuck. Okay, now it looks fine, I guess. Yes! Сюди нахуй. Отже, ми зробили наш normal map. Що робимо далі?
And after a short while, you see the normal map in the image editor.
Very beautiful.
Now can hide the high poly object and see the normal map on the low poly mesh. Now we can play around with the shader, change the roughness or the color, and the normal map gives you the impression that this mesh has a lot of details, which isn't true, it is just a mesh with 6 faces. But as you saw, the process has a lot of steps and it isn't fun at all. The nodes have to be created, the node has to be selected, the objects have to be selected in the right order, the render engine has to be set, and the bake settings have to be defined. So I thought, let me simplify this for me and you. What I did is to start a new add-on called JBakeTools. In this add-on you can define the low and the high poly object, and then bake the maps with one button click.
Really? Why I didn't watch this part of the video? Let's install the fucking add-on, блядь. Fuck. Okay, what am I supposed to download? Demo. Installation, download the zip from the GitHub. Zip. Who uses zip? Pew MD license. Utils. Bake normal map. What is this? Fucking GitHub, I don't know how to use you correct. Green button. Code. Download zip. Alright, so we go here. Let's just put it in add-ons, gbake. Open Blender 2.8x 3.2.2. Go to edit preferences, click install add-on, gbake tools appear and then activate checkbox. Panel is now visible. А що це? Що він виконав жест миші? Ні, дякую. And that's it, right?
You can see it in action, but it is just a few hours old. I'm sure when this video here is uploaded, many new features are already implemented. You can find the add-on here on my GitHub, the link is added to the description, and of course it is free. You see, we don't have much code at the moment, just the nodes are created and the details of a high poly mesh are baked as a normal map onto a low poly mesh. That's the start. If you have any feature wishes or you find bugs, then add these as issues to the GitHub. By the way, if you don't know my Instagram, I have many renders and small videos there. Just have a look and follow me. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Perhaps you like...
I mean, why not? Of course we will subscribe and leave a like. So let's install this fucking add-on so we will not waste any more of our time in the future. What? Add-ons. G. No, wait. Install. We go to add-ons and we install gbake tools. Install gbake. Click. Save preferences. Close. N. gbake. That's it. Oh fuck. I love Blender. So now if you go to this mode and remove wireframe, here it is. What about, I mean, let's add some scene lights. I mean, it looks a little bit strange. Maybe 0.1 was a little bit, it was not enough, I guess. So let's try again. So we take our low poly, we take our high poly, extrusion, let's make 0.2, forty 96, bake. Is it working? Or not? Ah. Oh, very nice add-on. That's it? That's it? Or what? I guess that's it. Blender is dead. Blender is dead. Fuck. Nice add-on. Nice add-on. Open Anvil. Okay, once again. What we do? We do next. Main anvil, duplicate anvil. Let's make low poly so I will understand, because I cannot understand which one is low poly, which one is high poly. High poly anvil, low poly anvil. So low poly anvil, normal map, now we choose high poly, low poly, we go to bake, we put 0.2 and we bake. And we bake. And we bake. Baker Street. Hello, this is Baker Street. Yes, what you need to bake? I need to bake normal map. Oh, no problem. My microphone is working. Okay. And what we will see, please let me see good image. I guess 0.2 is enough. So this distance from here to here is 20 centimeters, you want to say, or from here to here? It's just very near, it's like this. How it can be 20 centimeters, I cannot understand. how it can be 20 centimeters. Come on, Baker Street. Mhm. Mhm. Okay, let's delete the color. Delete. Let's add just some random material. Here also let's delete the color. High poly, low poly. Select. Select. This is selected, right? Selected. Bake. Come on, bake. Please bake. Please bake, please. Ah, we didn't accept the modifier. Wait. Let's accept the modifier. Because I guess you're supposed to accept it. Yeah, you see? Now when it's accepted, it's working good. Yeah, you're supposed to accept the modifier. This is our mistake. Okay, let's once again make. You see, this area is a little bit bad. So we just need to reduce a little bit. Like, let's try. I don't know. 18. Bake. Maybe he applied this modifier, but he didn't tell us about this. I don't know. I mean, Blender Guru didn't tell us about this. Or I just skipped this part where you're supposed to apply this modifier. Or maybe previously it was not needed to apply this modifier. I don't remember actually. But now we know that all modifiers supposed to be accepted before making a normal map, because normal map will just not read this data and it will just skip this data. Ugh. Mm. So we still have this small shit. But if we check how our model looks, I mean, it looks too smooth, I guess. I mean, does this one really matters a lot? I guess it's not. I guess we can just leave it like this. It will not affect anything at all. Yeah, let's just leave like this. Fuck this. It looks good anyway. So let's get back our material. This one we don't need anymore. And I guess this one we also don't need. And principled, and instead of base color we want to add image texture, open metal texture. I don't know, let's try this one. Yeah, and we can see that the cuts are already in the areas which we seamed before, here on the edges, some other places as well. Let's just add some metallic effect to it, so it will look a little bit better. Yeah, I like how it looks right now. And the most important, it's not lagging. Yeah, so let's just remove this one from render like this. Okay, finally we made it. So let's save the result. Save as, save number 16, baking texture completed. Save. Next.
Is a normal map, and when you apply it to a mesh, it creates the illusion of height information. So it found some of the information
until then,
okay,
and
like
move
on
to
the inside
next
there,
one.
but the stuff that is pointing outside the mesh, it hasn't found it at all. So you just need to increase the value to be anything that isn't 0. So let's try 0.1, and let's bake that, and let's see what we get. And 100%. There we go. Okay, so this is what we've got. And this is almost there. It's like totally purple and blue and pink, which is great. And then right up here, we've got a little green area. So something's not right as well. And the reason for that is that area right there, that portion of the mess, if we were to go into edit mode and have a look, we would see that it's this little circle right here. So this ray distance, what it's actually doing is it's shooting the rays outside the mesh, which is great, but it's also happened to shoot it in this little area, and it's actually hitting the walls on the other side. So basically this value is slightly too high. So let's try half of that value, which would be 0.05. And now when we bake it, we can see that it looks fine. So that green area's gone away, and you can see the rest of it looks fantastic. So congratulations, you have baked your normal.
Yay!
The next step is to save it. So go image, save as image, and then you need to find somewhere on your hard drive that you want to save it. I've done this quite a few times, so I'm going to name it normal 6 PNG.
Some dust accumulated on
Save
my
as.
glasses.
So if you were to, I don't know, you're exporting this into Unity or Unreal, you can go and do that right now. But what I'm going to show you is how to, with this low poly one selected, is to give it a render and see how it looks with that normal map applied to it. So, okay, let's move that out of the way and let's have a look at this. So what we want to do is we want to take this image texture and we want to connect it into the normal input of our diffuse shader right there. If you were to render it, it would look totally weird, and that is because you need to drop in a normal map node. So Shift A, vector,
You see?
normal map, and
So in the earlier versions of the Blender, it was a little bit other way. So we already done this process. We created the normal map from the beginning.
drop it between the image texture and your thing. So it's now gone, converting it to the right colors as it should. The strength, that's the strength of the bump, but we can just leave it as 1. And the other thing you need to make sure that you change is go from color to non-color data, which is what you need to do whenever you're using a normal map. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's have a look at it with some lights.
And you need to apply all modifiers. This is very important.
Layer 11 there. So I'm just having a look at the low poly mesh and those lights, and let's give it a quick render with Shift Z. And you can actually see some detail on the mesh. Now it's really hard to see because this diffuse shader is really not the best shader for looking at this sort of thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it to something which we'll actually use for the final material, and that is a principled shader, which is the new spanking new shader for 2.79, which is really cool. Now I'll take that normal map, drop it into the normal input there, and now I'll set that value to be really metallic, 100% metallic, and the roughness, I'll turn it down slightly, and let's make this a darker metal. And now we can see what it looks like. And there you go. It's hard to actually believe, like, okay, like, are we looking at the high poly mesh? No, this is the low poly mesh. We're only looking at the low poly on layer 2 there. And if I was to have a look in edit mode, you can see that it is that, okay? Which is really, really cool. So that's why this normal map thing is so awesome. Because yeah, this just would not be possible, like, to render this in 3 seconds or whatever. Let's actually try it with the high poly mesh, and let's see how long that takes. It'll have a diffuse shader, I guess, on it, but let's have a look. So you can see we went from the 3-second render to a whatever, this is 7 seconds, so it's over double the render time to actually use the high poly, although there's no difference between them. So that's why this is so important, that's why it's so cool. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up, help other people to find it. And if you want to go and go to the next video after this, we are going to be texture painting this bad boy. So if you want to see that, go ahead and click on that video up there. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Bye.
Bye bye. No, texturing. I mean, Anvil tutorial. Blender Guru. To the playlist. Where is the playlist? Why I cannot find playlist? Here.
Model.
Yeah, modeling, blah blah blah. Normals, texturing. So now we have 3 parts of texturing, and that's it.
Plug them all in. You can see that our anvil is starting to finally look real. G'day and welcome back to yet another video part of this anvil creation series. In the last video, we baked all these delicious detailed normals onto our mesh, which is great, and now we can finally get into the materials, making it start to look like an anvil that's been battered and scratched and things like that. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to down here underneath image, and I want you to load in a reference photo. This zip file of all these reference photos, I'll put that in the YouTube description. And you'll notice that there's no standard anvil. They're just left in various conditions across the blacksmiths' workshops of the world. There's some that are like totally rusted. There's some that have got like a lime scale over it. Some that have been polished. Some that are just black for some reason. The one that I'm going to use is this one. It looks quite nice. It's got this polished surface off it, but it's also got nicks and scratches and things in it. And it really also creates an interesting challenge. Not a challenge, but well, it is a challenge. You know, we've got two materials to create here. This polished thing, this brownish area, and these scratches and things as well. So that's quite quite a practical example. And you have to actually have the reference photo open as you work. It will influence you. If you just keep it hidden in a folder, you will create worse work for it. I remember I actually listened to a Gnomon course, and this artist said he actually has a separate monitor which plays a slideshow of all his reference photos as he's working, to be reminded of what he's actually looking at, because otherwise you just don't look at it. So keep it actually open as you work. Okay, now here in this 3D view, if we were to give this a render right now, you'll see that it is totally black. Oh, and let me set, I think yours will be like this already, but so you can actually see the background. So I turned off the transparency. Okay, so it's totally black. So we've got to add some light to our scene before we can do anything with materials. Now you could, if you wanted to, you know, add in a lamp like this with point lamps and things. The problem with doing this is that you're using an artificial light source. Like, what is this light? What does it actually represent? And you're probably not used to seeing an anvil lit with a light bulb, like one light bulb by itself. So you can end up with a material that doesn't actually reflect real life. So it's actually better off if you light it with an HDR. So I'm going to split this view here, and I'm going to change this one down here to the node editor. Okay, so this is where you normally do, you know, work with the materials, but you can also do work with the world nodes. Click in that little world box down there. Okay, so here I'm going to go texture, and I'm going to load in not an image texture, but an environment texture. And that's used for HDRs because it will wrap it around your world for you. So I'm going to click open here, and the HDR that I'm actually going to use is one off hdrlabs.com, which is, it's just got a bunch of like free environment.
hdrlabs.com. Where? Galleries. Flash Player. Flash Player no longer exists. I mean, I guess this website already obsolete. So it's no need to save it. Anyway, do you have this HDR here? HDR, let's use the same one.
Maps, and they're really cool. So
right, let me just make like this. Like this, like this. I'm here.
These are useful, like if you were making like a car, right? Well, you might want to have this desert highway one, because then you would actually see what the car looks like in a real environment that you're used to seeing with your eye. So something like that. So I like, for the anvil, this one here, this old industrial hall. So yeah, go ahead and download that.
me open. Forex training, Anvil. HDR, Alt Industrial Hall, PIM, 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 BIM. Why there is two pieces of this? Okay, this one BG, right? Environment HDR. So world, color, environment texture. What format is he using?
And when you download it, you will get a zip file. When you unzip the file, you'll get something that's like this. The one that you're looking for to light it is the .exr, not the blurry one or whatever, but this one right here. And I'm going to click open.
Okay, open. Scene light, scene world. PIM. PIM, 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 PIM.
Now, if I connect that into the background color input, and if I have a look at the rent view now, you will see that we now have a wonderful lighting on our anvil. And you can see that it's something that's closer to what your eye is used to seeing rather than just like a stray light by itself.
I mean, I still don't see any lighting so far. Scene lights, render, or is it any lights? I cannot understand. Color. Let's make it 3. Maybe 2. Yeah, like this. Because 1 it's too dark. As for me, maybe I just have a dark screen. That's why.
So really helpful. One thing you often have to do with HDRs though is to boost the contrast, because you can see that you're getting light on the sides here that isn't quite accurate of the light from the HDR. So what I generally do to boost the contrast is I take a math node, drop it in here, then connect that into the top input of the math node, that into the strength value of our background node, and then I change this to multiply. And now it makes it more of a contrasted sort of look, and it better represents the actual HDR that it's being lit with. And this value here now becomes the strength of the lighting, basically. So yeah, something like that. Looks pretty cool. Now we can actually get on to the fantastic materials. So I'm going to give it a new material, brand new material for our anvil. I know in the last video we created like this mock-up thing with a normal map. That was just as a demonstration. We're going to start with a new material now. Forgive me. Good, that wasn't going through the actual recording, but yeah, it came through the speakers. Okay, so this diffuse one, you know, we could create something if we added in a gloss node and set up all this complex stuff. But if you are using Blender 2.79, which you should be because it is the latest version as of this this tutorial, it has a brand new shader in it called the Principled shader. Okay, so this one here looks very complex, but it is what you should be using for probably 99.9% of every material that you make in Blender from now on. The reason it's so powerful is that, yeah, it's actually it's based on real world value. So like the reflection, like, you know, when you hold an object up to the light, you can see like reflection bouncing off it. So it's got all this stuff that's built into it so that it performs like a real object. Like if I turn down this roughness here, you can see that it's sort of looking shiny, but it's also got the color here. So you can do a lot with this principled shader. And it's awesome. If you want to see a full video on what it is and how to use it, there's a link to my other tutorial in the YouTube description as well. What we are going to do is we are going to use a texture for this brown material here, because that's obviously, you can't get this result just by picking the right hue of this or whatever. So we actually want to have an image texture. The one that I'm going to use is off of Polygon. So we came up with a series of different metal textures, which, believe it or not, was actually the whole reason that I made this tutorial series, because we created this new metal thing, and I was like, oh, well, what tutorial could I do? I was like, oh, and then it eventually became this incredibly long anvil series that I forgot we even, this was the whole reason behind it. But anyways, click the link in the YouTube description. It's not actually this one here, but it looks similar to this one, because we haven't actually uploaded the one that I'm going to use. We made a special map just for this anvil, so it should look good. But anyways, you can download it at any size you want, 2K, 3K, whatever, 1K. Doesn't really matter. You can get a free trial to Polygon if you don't already have an account. Okay, so I'm going to go to texture, image texture, and I'm going to click open. And once you have unzipped the zip file, then you will see a bunch of images like this. So these are all the different maps which we are going to be adding into our principled shader so that it looks like the material that it should. So the one that, the thumbnail that we can't see, that's the one we're going to use. It's the base color. So click open.
I mean, which one did we attach here? Metalness. So we're supposed to add base color, right? Roughness, cube, color, I guess this one, coal. Yeah, this one is a color. Coal. Coal means color.
And I'm just going to drag that into our base color of our anvil. And because we have UV unwrapped our anvil, the default value is like a 0.5, so I'll set that up. You'll see that the texture is now applied over it as it should. And also, if you want to see without any of these other shading effects, like just the image, if you have the Node Wrangler add-on turned on, which you should have turned on because it's such an awesome add-on, it's like really hard to make good materials without it. If you've got that, if you just Control, Shift, and left click on the node, you will see that you can see just the image, not anything else applied to it. So it's really cool. Okay, now one thing to note looking at this is that this image texture, it looks fine and everything, but it's a little bit too big. So what I want to do is I want to reduce the scale of this. And because this is a seamless tie level map, as all of the materials on Polygon, pretty much, we can do that. So what I'm going to do here is, because I've got the Node Wrangler add-on turned on, I'm just, with this image texture selected, I'm going to hit Control T. And it's now added in a texture coordinate node, a mapping node, which is exactly what we need to change the scale. So right here, these scale values, I'm going to set these to 3. 3, 3, and 3. Okay? And now it looks a little bit closer.
I mean, can I make it from here? No, right? Okay, if I go to geometry nodes, I mean, I think I need to go to the texture nodes. And use this one, right? I mean shader nodes, shader. Yeah, and here in the shader nodes, Shift T, Control T, yes, Control T, scale 3. And now it looks bigger, very bigger. Next.
So to how it should look, like the, I don't know, it just play it by, you know, what you see with your eye. I know, having done this material a number of times.
Actually, it will be more convenient if I will transfer it like this. Shader. Ah, look. Okay.
But 3 generally looks about right. Okay, so well done. You've got the base color, but there's no bumps on it. It doesn't have that porous, you know, looking material going on. So I'm going to add in another image texture down here. Click open, and I'm going to use the height map. Now there are actually 2 textures here you could use for the bump map. You could use a normal map, and generally I would use a normal map, but you'll remember in the last video we made a normal map, and it's actually very difficult to combine 2 normal maps together. It's very challenging. I've got like a custom node set up which I actually use to combine 2 normal maps, but if you've got a height map, a black and white height map, it's far easier to combine a height map with a normal map. So I'm going to use the height map for this one. So load that in.
Texture, image texture, metal texture, displays, normal. I guess it's display. So we have displays, TIFF and JPEG. Which one did he use? TIFF. So we also need TIFF. Open. This one we move down. This one we move up. And we have this one, and we will connect it, I guess, in tangent.
Height map with a normal map. So I'm going to use the height map for this one. So load that in, and if I was to drag this into the normal input, you would see that it looks absolutely horrible because you've taken a yellow output and put it into a blue input. Shame on you. No, you have to first of all feed it through a bump map right here. So drop that in there.
I mean, but we already have this one. What if we delete this one? It will disappear. Okay, let's add the mix. Math. No, it's supposed to be mixed, right? But if we add mixed shader, let me think. Shader, texture, color, vector, bump, displacement, mapping, normal map, vector displacement, vector converter, black body, clamp, color ramp, combine XYZ. If I take this one, no, it's not it. Float curve, map range, Is it map range? No. Math. Vector math. Okay, now we have our bumps back. I mean, looks the same, right? As it was, and now we can add here this one.
And then make sure that this color input is going into the height input of the bump node, and now it looks a little bit more correct. It still doesn't look fantastic, and the reason for that is that this is set to color, so make sure you change it to non-color data. Somebody suggested in the last tutorial that I should get a shirt.
So here we change to non-color, here we change to bump. We take alpha to height, we combine with this one, and what we have, nothing, right? Color 8. Okay, what if we cut this one? We have this. Now it's not changing at all. Zero 0.2. Can I use something else? script group layout. How to combine them? Not supposed to be add, right? It's supposed to be snap. It's supposed to be just combine somehow. Combine. But you see, it's just not what we need at all. Mapping. Can we just like add two? Like just add two. No? Snap. Sine, cosine, tangent, length, distance. Dot product is forward refract. Okay, in this case, how to combine two normal maps in Blender 3.2. Blender mix two normal maps together.
A little tutorial was so damn easy that I couldn't almost be bothered doing it. It is how to mix two normal maps together. So let's get started. The first thing that I would like to say quickly is I know that this system is perhaps not mathematically accurate as they mix, but it just simply works. You've got two normal maps, you mix them together and you can control each one's strength. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to slide over another window there and we're going to go to the, and then move that up.
Okay guys, I'm sorry, I need to go to toilet very fast. Just a few minutes. Just wait. I'm sorry for delay. I had a very important telephone call, so please accept my apologies and let's continue. Let's continue working in Blender. Nothing, right? Okay. Where did we finish at? We finished at how to mix two normal maps together. Let's see.
Closer. And then we're going to go and change it to the shade editor for the other window.
Do you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Okay. I hear.
So as you can see right there, we have two normal maps.
Yeah.
And we're going to combine those normal maps together. So the first thing we do is we go to non-color data on both of those textures.
Alright.
Then we're going to hit Shift A, and we are going to go to vector and add a normal map. Okay, and then we're going to hit Shift D to duplicate and have two of them. So
Okay.
one goes into the color and the other one goes into the color. So far, very straightforward and very, very easy. So we move them back, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a mix color RGB. So we get our RGB mix, we go one to the bottom and one to the
How can I understand that to mix two normal maps, which supposed to change your object, not by color, but by... I mean, it's also color, right? Because it's not real displacement of an object, it's just like a game of shadows, so yeah, it's supposed to be like color. But anyway, it's really hard to really hard to adjust your mind that you're working not with the displacement but with the color.
top. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we've just done. We're just going to mix them together, and we go into the normal. And yeah, it does work. You can see that they're both mixed. We can go from one side and see the leather one, and the other side to see the cloth one. We perhaps can change the color to get a better view. And there you go, you've got all dots. Now, if you don't believe me, I'll just change them over direct, and you can see that it is exactly the same. So the mix RGB doesn't do anything to them. It just looks ways to mix. And
Okay, so we have two normal maps. Okay, let's try mix RGB and see what we get. Okay, non-color, non-color. Boom, boom. Normal. And what we get? I mean, these bumps are not really visible as much, right? So let's check on this side because it's most visible here. And do you see we also have these fucking lines. So let's change to 0.1 and let's just change distance to 0.05. Strengths 1. Guess 1 is not the normal strength of this object. Okay. 0.1. So this is 0, this is 0.1. It's supposed to be just a little bit visible and not creating too much of these lines, you see? already making these lines, which I don't really like. And now we change to 0.5. Mix. What if we make a overlay? Point 5. No, it's not working here. Soft light, difference, subtract, hue, saturation, add. But if we press add, it's not really working, right? No, it's not working. So we increase to 1, we increase to 10. Yeah, I guess only like this. But we have these fucking lines. Okay, 5. So this line are not so visible. I guess something like this. So we have some kind of this shape, but also we have our bumps here, like it's supposed to be. Fuck you. I mean, thank you, nice guy. Nope.
That says change to non-color data, which I think would be cool because I say it so many times. But seriously, the only thing that should have color set is the actual thing that's driving the base color of the material. Everything else should be non-color data. Okay, so
what if you change this one to 0.5? I mean to 0.2. Strength 3. I guess we're supposed to add some more subdivision because it just looks ugly. Subdivision. Apply. Any changes? I don't think so. More. Save as. Texturing. I mean, it doesn't make any changes here. Okay. Okay, 1.2. 0.5, 0.8. I mean, let's make 0.6. What if you go to sculpting? And try to smooth these lines. I mean, it's not really smoothing, right? Some division. Now it has less of these lines. What if we apply now? And go back to layout. I mean, it anyway looks ugly. Why? Maybe it's because of my normal map. You see, it's trying to make these bumps like on each level or something like this. Okay. Fuck these bumps. Fuck this. It's not working as I like it to work. I mean, it already has these bumps, right? Is it supposed to be more of them? I don't know. I don't know.
There's a few other maps that we need to add in here. By the way, yeah, this principal thing, like, it looks so confusing, but there's really only, like, for most materials, you'll only need the base color, this metallic value, the roughness value, and the normal value. All the others we really don't need. So don't get scared that we're going to spend forever on this. We're not. So right here, oh, and make sure, by the way, sorry, some of you probably will have already done it, but you use the same scaling information on that image texture as well, so that both of those image maps now line up, which is good.
Okay, wait, one more time. Pim, pim, pim. Will it make any changes? Fuck this. I don't think that it's working anymore like this in your versions than his.
Okay, I think I can move that like across. Yeah, a bit more space in this view. Right, okay, so I'm going to duplicate that. I'm going to click open. And now the one I'm going to use, let's do the metallic map. So this one looks mostly white, and that's because this is a mostly metal material. Generally, there's two different types of materials in the world. There's a metal and then there's a non-metal. There's generally not values in between it. But in our case, we've got like a metal with some slight imperfections on top of it. So this is a slightly varied white map, but it's mostly metallic. If I drag this into the metallic input, making sure that it's of course set to non-color data, you can see that it's now starting to look a little bit more like metal, which is good. And I might actually just brighten.
Metalness diff. Normal, roughness, displacement. Color, displacement, roughness, I mean, I guess it's this one. Let's try. Is it working? I guess not. Which one of this is metalness? This one, metalness. This one.
This up so that I can see the anvil a bit better as well. Something like that. Okay, cool. Go back to it. And the final map that we are going to be adding in here. Oh, and make sure that you set. Actually, this is a little trick here. Like, see how you've got like all these nodes coming out of this one place? If you hold down Shift and left click drag over them, it will group them together, and you get like this reroute switch. And now it's just, I don't know. It's easier than having like, and looks better than having like all those lines, squiggly lines going around.
Does it look like metal? I guess so. I guess so.
Anyway, okay, so the final one we're going to do is the roughness input right here. And the roughness, I really like generally the properties of a material. It's the roughness map and the normal map which give it most of its look, in my opinion. So duplicate that image texture node, make sure that we use the same scaling information, click open, and we're going to use the roughness.
Roughness. Nice. Nice, Brad. Okay, I understood the idea. If you have normal these JPEGs, you can use them to create your object, blah blah blah, but here I will just make it manually because it's like piece of shit. Okay, looks like metal. Yes, next.
Map. All right, and of course drag it into the roughness input. Oh, here we go. Fancy, fancy. Now this does look good.
Did he
And
choose
of course drag it,
JPEG?
and we're going to use the
TIFF.
roughness map.
I don't have TIFF.
All right, and of course drag it into the roughness input. Oh, here we go. Fancy, fancy. Now this does look good, but it's a little bit too diffused for my liking. Now when we had, without a map there, we had full control over this. We could make it shinier or, you know, more diffused looking with that value. But when you use a map, you don't have that value anymore. It's disappeared because it's now controlled by the map. But what you can do is you can add in a math node right here, drop that in and set this to multiply. And now this multiply value becomes like the power of this map. So this is what the actual map looks like. This is its full white. With it set through multiply at 0.5, this now becomes like the map is like 50% powerful than it was before. So if I drop this all the way down to 0, it'll be black. And if I turn this all the way up to 1, it will be the identical thing as the actual image texture. So this value here now becomes how strong is that roughness. So you've still got the actual variations in the actual map, which is very important, but you've also got control over how shiny you actually want that value to be. And there we go. So that is pretty good so far. So we've added in the very basic brown material. One thing I'm going to do right here actually, with this, like it's pretty messy looking. If you hit Control H, it's going to hide all the values that aren't being used. And of course, Control H will bring all the values back again. So it just looks a little bit neater, as I'm sure you will agree. Oh, sorry. The one other thing we need to do as well, we've got to add in our normal map, which is what we did in the last video. So I'm going to go here, duplicate this image texture. I'm going to click open, and we want to find our normal map, wherever it is. I got a number of them. I'm going to use this one. So it's the one that we baked from our high poly sculpt. We're not going to use the scale of it because it's actually tied to the exact coordinates of this. The changing of the scale, that should only be done for a seamless tileable map. Okay, so I'm going to take this and I'm going to feed this into the normal input of our bump node right there, which it won't look good as it is, and that's because we need to convert it into a normal map by using the vector normal map node. And now drop that in there, make sure it's connected in the right input color. It's converting it to a normal map to a normal input. And this, by the way, so this is how you combine a grayscale from our grayscale height information with a normal map node. So this strength value, that will control the, hang on a sec. What? That will control the effect of this image texture, this strength value, and this value here will control the strength of the actual normal map. And you can see the normal map is giving those little dents and dings. You can really ramp it up if you wanted to overdo it. Oh dear, that's like a war-torn looking anvil. But anyways, so that's how you combine a grayscale height map with a normal input. You just feed it into there, like so.
Тайминги, блядь. Тиф. Open. Normal. Normal. And we have this piece of shit, блядь. I mean, I guess it looks a little bit better. I mean, it looks fine.
Okay, so that is going to do it for us, folks, for this part of the video. In the next part, we're going to be giving it that second material, which is that chrome along the top there. So go ahead and join me in the next part. Bye. In the last part, we set up our basic battered, worn looking brown anvil here. And in this part, we are going to be creating that polished chrome looking top that you can see in our reference photo here. Now, there's two ways of applying two materials to one object. And the easiest method, the method that you're maybe already familiar with, is, well, you create another material here. I'll just say that one's new. And then in edit mode, you just select whatever, you know, part of the mesh you want to have that material. You select the material, hit assign, and then lo and behold, you've got a separate material applied to those areas. The problem with this is that it's a very sharp cut, and there's not a lot of, it doesn't have an organic feel, right? Whereas if you look at our reference photo here, you will see if I zoom right in, that it's a lot more organic. It bleeds over, and you've actually got like areas where it's been polished like almost, I don't know, what's that, 0.5 centimeter down from the lip there. And I think that's because, you know, it was polished by putting a cloth rag over it and rubbing it like that. So it sort of polished the surfaces near it as well. And this area here as well, you can see it's like this speckledy sort of look. So this that's not going to work for us, right? This method here. What we need instead is to have it, do it all basically inside the node editor here. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some texture painting to paint where on the mesh we want our second material to appear. So this method was using by defining which parts of the mesh are going to have that material. We're going to do basically the same thing but with texture painting, but it's going to give us a more organic sort of look. So just like when we were doing the baking the normals, the first thing we need to do is actually create a new image. So I'm going to split this view here. I'll keep the little reference image down there near my head. And here I'm going to select image, new, and in this pop-up here, this is the important part. You need to set the width and the height of it. So like how high res is this texture going to be? And in our case, I actually want it to be 3K. So 1024, I'm going to hit *3, which is multiply by 3. And look at that, it's done a little addition in there. And I'm going to hit Control-C and then Control-V to put it in that. And I'll give it a name, Polish Mask. Polish Mask. Isn't it weird that Polish and Polish are spelled the exact same way? I guess it makes sense. But still, I had to like quickly Google, like, is it really the same word? Polish? But yeah, it is anyway. That was pointless. So let's put this image texture onto our anvil here. So the way to actually do your texture painting is you go here to object mode and you select texture paint. And when you do it, what it's going to do is it's going to load on the active image texture. But this isn't what we wanted, so what actually happened here? Well, it's loading it based on the image texture that's added in over here. So what we need to do is add in a new image texture. Don't bother connecting it to anything. We just want to select the one that we just created. There we go, Polish Mask. And if I Control Shift left click on that, we can see that it's now applied to it. So in texture paint mode, you'll see that my cursor here is now a big brush. And if I hit F, I can change the size of it like that. So this is, yeah, similar to the sculpting tool. If you hit T.
Okay, let's go back. Image editor, new, polish, $3.72. Okay, it's black. It's black.
And I'll give it a name, Polish, and still I had to, that was pointless. So let's put this image texture onto our anvil here. So the way to actually do your texture painting is you go here to object mode and you select texture paint. And when you do it, what it's going to do is it's going to load on the active image texture. But this isn't what we wanted. So what actually happened here? Well, it's loading it based on the image texture that's added in over here. So what we need to do is add in a new image texture. don't bother connecting it to anything. We just want to select the one that we just created. There we go, polish mask. And if I
Polish.
Control Shift left click on that, we can see that it's now applied to it. So in texture paint mode, you'll see that my cursor here is now a big brush, and if I hit F, I can change the size of it like that. So this is, yeah, similar to the sculpting tool. If you hit T, you'll bring up the tool panel, which is where you change the type of brush. So this here is the basic brush. If I click and I just drag over it, you can see that I'm painting white. Ooh. And that's because that's the color there selected, but of course you could do anything. But we do actually want white, so let's set it to white. So this whole masking process, black is, we're gonna set, we'll do it here in the node editor in a bit, but the black values of this, what we're painting here, that's gonna be the brown part, this, you know, the battered part that we made in the last video. The white part, whatever we paint white, is going to be the chrome. So I'm going to turn the strength of it all the way up to 1, so that it's 100% the chrome. And then what we want to do is we just want to paint along the top of our mesh here. And you'll see that it's quite difficult to do. I'm going to go into the back view and look at it just slightly from the, by the way, I'm in, what value, what's this? Perspective mode. So I'm now switching to orthographic mode. Number pad 3 to view it from the back, and then I just hit the 8 key once, just so that I'm just peering over the back end of it. And now, let's move that out the way. If I'm here, gosh, and I click and drag over it, you will see that it's now painting onto the mesh, and because of the angle, it's not actually able, we're not painting onto the parts of the mesh that we don't want to. Like so. We do need to fill in, because you can see that the angle didn't get this area here, so I'm just going to paint this in by hand. And this is, you know, it's honestly, it's fiddly, and this is why a lot of...
Okay, so... brush, texture slot, white, strength. Like this. Like this. Min. Okay.
People choose not to do texture painting, but it always results in a better resulting texture, because in real life textures aren't usually clean cut unless it's something that's, you know, like a machined gadget like an iPhone or something like that. Materials can frequently bleed over, and especially worn materials like this that have got polished and what's the word I'm trying to think of? It's like a fry pan, cast iron. That's what the anvil is actually, I believe. It's cast iron. I could be wrong, but I believe that is the actual material.
Scene world disappear. Mhm. How to change between the colors? I forgot. No. I don't remember. I'm sorry. So 1, Control 1.
Anyways, so you'll notice that I'm drawing a little bit over the edge there, and that is because, of course, the reference image, which has now strangely disappeared, as I mentioned, it is about, there's like a centimeter or so beneath the lip where it's actually bleeding over. And I'll do the same to the other side as well. Let's do that. Let's just draw across, draw across, draw across, and there we go. And that little bit there as well. Okay, whew, good stuff. Now, we need to save this image. So first of all, we need to load in, click the polish mask down there, wherever it is.
Wait. How am I actually change the color of the lines? Are you? Zoom. Remember, you're supposed to change somehow the colors of these lines, but I don't remember how. Color alpha. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. No. Okay, anyway, nobody cares.
And right here where it says image, you'll see that there's a little star next to it. That means that the image hasn't been saved yet. So I'm going to hit image, save as. And you want to save it somewhere on your hard drive. Yeah, I'll just save it right here. Tutorial Polish mask. Polish mask. Okay. Oh, cool. Now that we've done that, right here, just make sure.
Image. Save as. Polish mask. Manual tutorial. And yeah.
Sure that this is the actual image texture, which it appears that it is, which is good. Now we do the magic. Okay, let's switch out of texture paint mode because we don't need that for now.
No. Open image. Okay, never mind. Object.
Let's move this across. Okay, so you can see everything. It's so much harder working like when you're trying to record a tutorial. Like when you're working by yourself, you just throw stuff around your monitor and you know, have multiple monitors, different things. So like with a tutorial, you got to make sure it's like, am I recording the right thing? Is my head in the way? My job's hard, right? Have pity on me. Okay. So this right here, this image texture, we want to use it as a mask. So we've got one material right here. What we want to do now is add a mix shader. This, drop it in here. And then we're just going to create another principled shader right beneath it. Principled. Drop this in right here. And now with this, we're going to take this color output and drop that into the factor input. So the factor input is controlling the influence of like whether it's using the top input or the bottom input. But if we use that into the factor input, it's now using the image texture to drop.
Так. Shift-A. Principal BSDF. Shift-A. Mix shader. PIM. 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 Okay.
Drive it, and look at that. Looks like it's got snow on the top, which is another way that you could create snow on your model if you wanted to. And of course, make sure you set it to non-color data. Very slight change there, but yeah, make sure that you do. Cool. So now this principled shader here, now that it's in the right place, I mean, we can batter it up a little bit in a second, but I just want to set this so that it looks like our reference photo here. So it looks like chrome. So I'm going to change in the principled shader here. This is, again, on the second material. Make sure you're tweaking the right one. Metallic, I'm going to make that all the way 1. And the base color, I don't know, turn that down slightly.
I mean,
and let's turn the
rough.
roughness down to, yeah, sort of like a reflective look, like that. And if we were to actually, if I take the bump output of that map there and feed that into it, you can see the material a lot better. Now it's a little bit too heavy, so we're actually going to have to create a separate, separate one of these nodes, because this works perfectly for this edge face right here, like that battered, worn edge, but it's too much for the top. So I'm just going to duplicate that bump node, and let's feed that into there, feed that into there. And now this one will go into that. So now this strength value here, if I turn that down, I'm now only tweaking the part that's in that material, which is good. Great. Okay, that's looking pretty good, honestly. So what we want to do now, in the next video, we're actually going to do the scratches and the
Fucking piece of shit. Metal. Okay, this one no need anymore. Roughness. Perfectly polished material. Set. I mean, I suppose it looks fine, in my opinion.
adding in all these little hammer dents and all that other good stuff. But what I want to do just now is create this sort of speckly look there. So the reason it's speckly is that this is a rough surface on this edge here. And so you can imagine if somebody was polishing it, it would hit little different parts of the polish on that edge differently. So I want to try to emulate that with my painting. Because also it looks like it's been spray painted on at the moment. It looks a little too, it just doesn't look right. Okay, so I'm going to go back into texture paint mode. It's still in render. Let's change it to texture, I guess. Yes. Good. Now you always want to make sure that you're painting on the right image texture. So make sure you've got it selected. Okay, that's good. All right. Now you can be my reference. Oh my goodness. Why? I really hope 2.8 has a better solution than this. It's like, I don't know, texture painting feels sometimes like an afterthought for Blender. It's not that great, the way it paints. I think it was better in internal. It was pretty clear. It was like whichever was in the image editor here, but now it's like you've got to have it in the image editor, but also here is selected. Yeah, so there are times when I've actually accidentally painted onto like this texture accidentally because like the wrong one was selected or whatever. Anyways, all right. So in order to create that speckledy look, now we could, if we wanted to, you know, set this to black, which if you just click that little thing there, or if you hit X, that's a keyboard shortcut, same keyboard shortcut for Photoshop. I'm sure it wasn't an accident. You could just, you know, you could do this by hand, but obviously that is going to make a terrible result and it would take forever to do. What you want to do instead is use a texture to paint with. So I am going to drag this down because I've only got limited screen space. And right here where it says texture, that is where we want to add in our texture. But I don't want to add it in right here with this brush selected because I still want to have this brush. So I'm going to click this little plus button next to it. And now I'm going to call this splatter. So I've still got my original texture brush, my original brush, and now I've got a splatter brush. Now here where it says texture, I'm just going to hit new. Now again, this is another area where I feel like I hope 2.8 has a better solution, but this texture is defined in over here, texture panel, image texture, brush texture. So that's it right there. Okay, so you got to drag that out and anyway, you get it. So we're going to change it from image to be a cloud. Okay, and the reason for that is that cloud, it's honestly, I reckon like 99% of all the procedural materials that I've used in Blender have just been cloud or noise, whatever, because it's the most useful. If I click and I draw with this right now, you might not be able to see anything because it is a black brush. If I change it to a white brush, now we can sort of see it. I don't get why it has to be white, not black. Why is that? I don't know. And anyway, it's why you can actually see it. Okay, now this blend mode type here will you can set it so that you only want to paint on white values, you can only paint on black values, whatever. We'll do that in a second. But first of all, we want to fix this texture. So currently the texture is like, if you click and you just leave your mouse there or whatever and you paint on the same spot, it's still like, it's almost like you're painting like a UV map underneath it or something, like you're revealing a texture, like a scratch it lottery ticket or whatever. But that's not what we want. We want it to look like a splatter effect. So right here where it says brush mapping, I want to change this to random. And that means that now every time it's clicked, it's pulling from a different part of the texture, which is exactly what we want. However, I don't want there to be this mixy, you know, mashy cloud look that we've got there at the moment. I want it to look more like a contrasted, like splatter cloud effect. So right here where it's got colors, click this ramp button here. And now if I drag this dark value all the way in, like so, now when I click and I draw, you can see that I'm now only bringing in the white values, which I guess is why that's white. Anyway, if I set it to black, what would you look? Oh yeah, there you go. You can actually see it's black. Okay, cool. But yeah, so now that we've done that, by changing the contrast here, I can now get this splatter effect that I want. If I hit X, I can bring back the white values. You'll notice it's sort of like this grayish color now. If I just want the white values, I can make it add, and now it will only show the add values. So really, I'm just going to go along here, just like what's in the reference photo, and I'm just going to create, like, it's okay to leave it, you know, a little bit messy, like little parts out of it. I know that the, what do you call it, the physical properties of metal, it's either like 100% metal or it's not metal. It's generally not in between it. So, well, actually, I mean, they are actually technically both metal, so I guess it works. But generally, if you were painting metal, you wouldn't want to have like a gray value in between it right now. You would want to go like solid white or...
Okay, let's try. First, we make like this. After this, we go here. right? Do I need this? Actually, I guess not. Go back to texture paint. Brushes. Add brush. Splatter. What did he choose? Multiply. Multiply. So this is our color. If you go here, no, not here. Color palette, masking, symmetry option. Polish, splatter, multiply. Texture. New. Change. Cloud. Colors. Back here. Random. Change to black. And what we have? Nothing. Why nothing? Splatter. Fucking piece of shit. Texture 02. I cannot use now. Head. Multiply. Mix. Texture. Texture mask. Stroke. Airbrush. Okay, I suppose I have to change the size of the cloud, right? I suppose to see the pattern of this cloud when I'm using it. See this one. Preview. And this is some piece of shit. If I change to white, okay, now we have cloud. Okay, let me change back to this one. Let's paint again and try again. So it's supposed maybe that the strength of the brush is higher. Yeah, you see now it's better. So we change to black. I mean, if you change to black, it looks ugly. Color palette, new, no, advanced. See, now we don't have this ramp anymore like he has. Brush, texture tool, use nodes, Shift A, color ramp. So this is how we do it. Any changes now? No, right? No changes. Texture tool, type cloud, well, it's no changes. Supposed to change. Right? No changes. Default. Clamp. Color ramp. Fuck you, блядь. Piece of fucking shit. Okay, now it's working. Okay, let's change the stroke back to space. Like, why so much? I mean, now it's look different, right? Texture 2 cloud, but it's like not so many parameters as it was before. For some reason, I don't know why. Random angle. Something like this. I mean, sometimes it's really very hard to understand how to make in the right way, and you want to make in the right way, because if you make like shit, it will look like shit, right? But you also don't want to spend too much power on this, because like you just don't want to spend too much power. Something like this. Scratches. You can also do something like this. Okay. Here, completed. A little bit more here. See, when you get it away, it's too much pixels. Too much pixels. So it takes some time sometimes. And here in the back. Oops. I mean, is it supposed to be also in this area? I guess so. Something like this. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Something like this, and in this area also. Okay, I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine.
Not solid white, you know. But anyways, You can see I'm being very rough here. You're also another thing, like if you notice, like I'm getting a big brush size, but now I'm getting a big cloud size. You can change the size of the cloud there independent from the brush. So that is a little trick as well. Or you can make it bigger as well and go for like some bigger, chunkier pieces. So there's a number of things you can do. Lots of fun for the whole family. So this will be really boring. Oh, you know what I should have done? Yeah, I should have turned on symmetry so that as you paint over here,
Thank you,
also
thank you.
paint exactly over there.
Thank you. Just in time.
I didn't do that.
Just
So
in time.
you, and I'm not going to do it in the tutorial. I'm not just going to repaint all this because the camera's going to view it from this side anyway. But you at home can make sure that you finish the painting all the way around with this. And if you have a tablet, which I highly recommend, as I mentioned in the sculpting video, it allows you to use pen pressure, which is really handy for something like this. So I can change the size of my brush with pen pressure like this. So I go like tiny little bits and then big, thick parts, tiny bits, and you can just work a lot faster. It's why like people that work digitally, like digital painting and stuff, a newbie question is like, do you use a tablet? And it's like, you serious? As if you could paint anything with a mouse. There's no way that you could. So it's sort of like a requirement for, if you honestly, if you are thinking of getting into sculpting or texturing, you know, put it on your Christmas wish list or whatever. It's definitely something that will improve your work. However, having said that, a lot, like I would probably use a tablet in Blender, maybe like 0.5% of the time that I ever use Blender. Like very, very rarely do I pull it out because most of the time I'm not sculpting and I'm not texture painting. However, the times when I am texture painting or sculpting, I almost certainly do use the tablet. And now my voice is gone. Give me a sec. Whew. Okay. So that, I think that's pretty good. You can obviously do more detail as I did for my final model,
Already completed.
but it's really just trying to get that rough look that you got in the reference photo. So however you think that is, go forth and do it. Now, once we've done it, I'm going to switch back into object mode and make sure right here where it says image, you save the image. So just hit save, or I think the shortcut is Alt S as well, because it won't automatically save what you have painted here in your file. So if you were to save Blender, and that's something I've done many times as well, I do the painting and then I save my Blender file like this, and then I close Blender. Well, it didn't save the image.
Image editor, polish, image, save.
Image is separate to the blend file, so you have to save that first before you save that, or no, make sure you save both of them anyway before you close Blender. And I just realized I've missed this part right here, so let me jump back into texture paint. No. Oh, okay, I gotta change it to add. Let's add in a little bit right there. Actually, I don't think that there would be, it's done that thing again. But I think in the actual whole of it, yeah, I don't think they'd be able to polish really inside it, so I don't know if this would even work, but anyway, let's just quickly paint this across. And on this side as well, I'll go black, and let's go multiply, and paint it across. Wonderful. Look at us, making an organic looking paint. This stuff, you know, there's a reason that not many people do it. That's because, you know, it is a little tedious, but once you figure out the workflow, you can get in the hang of it, and you will create a far better looking texture than someone who didn't go through this process. So that's why it is recommended. Because no object, like in the real world, ever is going to have a perfect, you know, like if you just to grab an image texture and like, tile it across it. Like, it never looks like that. There's always little, in the corners, there's wear and tear or whatever. So,
Okay, so shader, close, tint, object mode, junk. Why it's not working? Boom. Polish. Save. Polish mask PNG. Shader. Open. I guess it's working, just I don't know, these areas are mixing in a little bit strange way, but it's working. Yeah, I can see it. And if I reduce roughness, it will be like more visible, like this. Where are my bumps? Disappear. Why no bumps? Right, object mode. Where are my bumps? What's going on, блядь? Fucking piece of shit. Normal. Nothing changes. Very nice, блядь, very nice. These bumps also not exist. Object mode. No. What happened, блять? Why no bumps anymore? Huh?
That's what this texture painting is about. It's about taking taking the imperfections from the real world and putting it into your mesh.
Where are my bumps? You fucking piece of shit. Need I switch off something or what? Did I save my normal map? Or I fucking genius? Open. Am I supposed to save it? Metal texture. Cancel. Normal. No. Where is my normal map, you fucking piece of shit? Bake texture completed. Okay, where is my bake texture? Where? Why I cannot see it? What did I switch off? What? Cannot see bake texture. Blender. Wait, if I open here image, normal map, why it looks like this? Why it looks like this? Okay, let's bake one more time. What can I say, man? Normal map. Image texture, normal map. Make it visible. I don't know, for some reason it's disappeared, but I don't know why. Edit mode. High poly, low poly. Modifiers applied. Bake. Wait. Let me see the name. Bake. Normal Mao. From object low poly. Okay. I don't know, for some reason this normal map disappeared. I don't know why. Okay, image, save as. Normal Mao. Save as image. Image, save as. TIFF. Save. Now it's supposed to look normal, right? Right. And we have this corners which we make. 001. Hundred. One.
Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive.
Okay, something like this.
Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, no.
And now you can, it's pretty hard to actually see the lit because of our lighting is sort of going straight down. But maybe right here, it looks a little bit better. And honestly, this texture painting, you know, it's not the most obvious on this certain area, but when we get in the next part, we're going to be doing the scratches and everything, and we're going to be reusing that splatter brush and everything else. So we'll do that in the next video. Let me just check that there is nothing else that I'm missing. Nope, that's pretty well it. So I will hit Control H on that one. So this is our node setup right now. So this is all the texture painting that we did. It's in this image texture that's feeding into this mix shader, which is, this is the one that we did in the last part. The battered worn metal is in the top, which is the black areas of this map. And then this area, sorry, this principal BSDF is now going into, is being used in the white areas of it. And that's basically it so far. So join me in the next part and we will add in the scratches and the hammering and all that fine amount of detail. And then if you found this video useful, you know what to do. Give it a thumbs up. I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Now when I paint, you'll see that they're all very slightly different, which is really cool. And look at that. It's making a really cool effect. I'll make it bigger, make some bigger gouges going across it. It's pretty good. Welcome back to the final part of the texture painting mini series of the Anvil. There was an easier way to say that, I'm sure. This is where we finished at the end of the last video. We've got a polished top, we've got a rugged, worn metal side, and in this part we are going to be adding in something which is really going to give it its texturing character, and that is the scratches, the little bumps and scrapings and smashings and all that stuff that's really going to make it look awesome. So first things first, we need to give it another image texture, because this one is working well for our mask, but we can't really use the same one because we want it to drive the impacts, like it's going to drive the bump mapping, and if we made this one drive the bump mapping, then it wouldn't look right. So we've got to create a separate map. So I'm going to go new image, and I'm going to call this one scratches and damage. This one, the last one we made was 3K. This one I'm going to make it 6K. So just doing that times by 6 is going to give us that 6,144. So now, the color as well. I'm going to make that solid white. It's always easier if you do it here than trying to figure. It's gone. Okay, our image has disappeared, and both of them. The reference image has changed as well. It's highly annoying. It's just the way it works. So if I want my reference image back, thank you. It's nice. That's good. And I also want my image back that I just created. So that's called the scratches and damage right there. The reason it's bringing up that one is because that's the one that's selected. So I need to add in another image texture node. Don't connect it to anything yet. We're just going to select scratches and damage and then Control Shift click on it. And we're now viewing it. Wonderful. So in the last video we made a splatter brush which looks like this. Why is that going so slowly? Shouldn't be that slow, surely. Yeah, that's really slow.
Really?
Anyways,
Really slow?
this splatter brush, I'm gonna use it to create.
Experience what I experience every second when using Blender.
It looks like they polished down like a rugged surface, and they got most of it away, but there's a few little areas which are still creeping through. So what I'm gonna do is, I'll make this full size. Full size is, I'm gonna paint. Oh, there you go. So it's not going as slow as before. And I'll turn off the symmetry so that it doesn't have that, what's that effect? The scary guy in the Batman movie, he wore on his head the Roixop something mask, where you see shapes in the, whatever. Someone will say it in the comments, I'm sure. They always do. But now that I've got this big black area here, if I swap it to be white and then set this to add instead of multiply, now when I paint over the top of it, I'm painting away most of it, but I'm just leaving in a few little bits like that. And that's a pretty cool effect. I found that out accidentally when I was trying to erase something that I did with the splatter brush, and I thought, hey now, looks pretty cool. So I'm just going to do a few of those across here. This brush, by the way, remember it's set to random, which is how it does that splattery effect. Every time you paint with it, it gives you a different part of the texture. Set that to add, and let's just paint across. So you don't want too much of it, obviously. Don't go overboard. Honestly, I think the first time you paint something, it should be like an experiment, because you really don't know what you're doing until you've worked out the kinks, so to speak. And I think that it's something that I can't really teach that well in a tutorial. Like, I've painted this anvil now. This might be the 10th time that I've painted it, because I have to rehearse the tutorial and have to get the look right and everything. And every time I do it, I learn something new. And so the method, like the first time I made this anvil, it was totally different. But through a process of just making it and remaking it and redoing things, you figure out better ways of doing it. So yeah, don't get too particular the first time you're painting it, because I think honestly you'd be better off if you redo it at the end. I know that sounds like I'm giving you more work at the end of it, but it's a tip for the artists that want to go pro. It's something that I've learned, like, coincidentally through doing tutorials, that by repeating something again, you learn how to do it the next time. I guess it makes sense. Anyway, the next thing that I want to do is I want to give it, if we look at our reference photo here, it's actually kind of hard to see it, but I can imagine that if this was a real anvil, you'd be hitting it with a hammer, so there'd be little dents across it. It looks mostly smooth here, but you know what? I'm going to give mine its own character. I'm going to make it look like it's been hit with a hammer. So I'm going to create a new brush. So first of all, I'll just select the old brush, this text brush, text draw, and then I'll click that little plus button, and let's call it battering. A real battering.
I will not do this.
Okay, if I draw,
I don't give a shit. I will just look and okay.
so that, see,
My anvil already look like a best anvil in the world, I guess. Look. I mean, it's best anvil in the world. Don't you think so? I think so. I cannot understand why I have these fucking lines here. Why, блядь, why? I cannot understand. Also here. And it doesn't matter how many subdivisions I have, I guess. If I add one more subdivision, apply it, it's not changing anything. It's some other thing, but I cannot understand why it behave like this. Really, no idea.
see that how it's like, it's really deep in the middle, but then it's like smoothed off. That is defined by the curve shape right here. Now, if I was to use this cone shape instead of the one before, it's a little bit more solid. So it's sort of like if it was a hammer. You can go all the way with that, but I don't think that looks very good. It's like a pixelated edge. I don't like it. So I'm just going to use that one. It's a very minor difference anyway. The other thing I want to do is I want to change the strength of it right down to 0.1, and I'm going to use, this is my tablet again. This is the Wacom Intuos Medium. A link is in the YouTube description if you want to get it. Any tablet really, they're all pretty much the same. But with this, I'm setting it to 0.1 with the pen pressure. And now what I want to do, underneath stroke, I want to give it some jitter so that when I draw across it, it's giving it like a random sort of displacement as I draw across it. And as well as that, I want to increase the spacing like that. So now I'm just very lightly just touching across it, and I'm just creating little marks where somebody has hit it with a hammer. I can change the size of my brush, make small impacts, and I'm just going to do a few here as well. And this because it's going to be driving the the bump map of our thing, wherever these little hits are, it's going to create this like it's going to look like a real battered object. So if you've ever seen like a metal shield, obviously not a real one, probably, we don't live in those times anymore, but you know, renders of them, photos of them, getting that sort of hammered look to it. This is a way that you could do it. It's giving it this little brush. All right, a few over here. You could obviously do more detail if you had the time, but who has the time? Oh, actually, no, I do need to do a few on the side here as well. So besides just, just this, oh, actually, I should have done that other thing as well. Got to do some splattering. I'll set it to multiply. So besides just the top, we also need to give it the sides. Gosh. There's almost no point in trying to talk whilst you're thinking. Doesn't come out right, I always find. Okay, now I'll set this to add, swap it over, and let's create that little effect. So this would look really, like if we just left this as heavy as it is, it would look horrible. So the trick is to be subtle. You just want a few areas where it's thick, a few areas where there's tiny bits, and then most of it, it's nothing. Okay? Again, this is something that I've learned from painting and repainting it many, many times. I really wish actually that Blender had layers for texture painting. I think it's something that could really really improve, like, because we've put hammering layers, we put this little grunge bit on it, it would really help to be able to control it, like the opacity of this battering effect after we've already done it, because otherwise, like if I want to erase this thing, I'm going to erase all that other grunge as well. So there's not really an easy way to do this. That's why I honestly think like it's one of those times that paid software is better than Blender. Substance Painter, honestly, it's fantastic. I think it is really, really good. There's a reason that everybody on ArtStation uses it. It's a heck of a thing. So if you are inclined to go pro or just increase the quality of your work, I have personally found Substance Painter to be really good. And I'm not getting paid to say that. I just think it's really good. The one cool thing that Substance Painter let you do is like you're painting the actual, like you choose here on the left hand side whether you're painting the color, the displacement, the bump, the roughness. You choose it all there, and you've got layers, you've got masks. It's like using Photoshop on crack because it's painting on a 3D model. It's really cool. And you just can't do that in Blender yet. Maybe 2.8, 2.9, I don't know. Okay, so the battering's done. Good. Let's do the next one, which is the scratches. Hey, so to create a scratch, you could, use this texture draw brush here and, get in close and draw like that. But there's a problem, and this is one of those, another area Blender's not strengths. One of its weaknesses. When you draw and you do like a fast thing like that, it does these steps and it looks horrible. And I've used the smooth stroke thing, because you got a smooth stroke there, and that doesn't really seem to fix it. You still get this little juttering effect, and it's awful. But I have figured out a better method, and that is to use a texture. So I've got a brush, which you can download in the YouTube description, but it's like, I'll show you it. It's the simplest thing. It's just this line, so it's got a sharpened edge on both sides, and it's just to create a scratch. So I'm going to give it a new brush, and on this new brush, I will call it Scratch. Let's make that full size, and go texture, new texture. Go over here. Oh, come on. There we go. Texture, brush, image texture, and I'm going to load in that brush. Okay, I tried a whole bunch of different ones for this anvil. This is the one I'm going to use. Different thicknesses as well. Maybe I'll make them all available to download, but honestly, it was like 2 seconds in Photoshop. But anyways, okay, now that we've done that, we should be able to, if I drag this out, oh, okay, I've got the smooth stroke thing turned on, turn that off, and I also want this to be white. Aha, there we go. Okay, now I don't want it to be tiled, so I'm setting it to random, just like before. And I don't want it to erase like with white, so I'm just going to make sure that this blend mode is set to multiply. Aha, and look at that. So now we are doing some scratches. Okay, so let's go full screen. And okay, well, as per the reference here, you can see that where we've got this little table, there's like a scratch pattern. It's going like zigzag. Like, so I really like that look. So right here, so this is doing the random thing, and it's all going in one direction if I do it like that. But I can set a random angle right there. So if I can set a degree variation of 20 degrees, now when I paint, you'll see that they're all very slightly different, which is really cool. And look at that, it's making a really cool effect. I'll make it bigger, make some bigger gouges going across it. That's pretty good. Nice. And now let's do it this way. So I'm hitting number pad 7 and then 4 to rotate the view, because it's only drawing from top to bottom. Like that's the orientation of the texture, but you could change that there if you wanted to, but I just feel like rotating the view. And I'm just going to create, you know, what looks like some scrapes going along this direction. So bigger brush for a bigger scratch. And I'm just hitting it, really. All right. Now, when you have a look at like a real anvil, like it's like a feathered pattern. It's like variations of like scratches. I haven't got time to do the full detail that I would if I was to, I don't know, make an asset for a movie or something. Honestly, I think this is overkill, even for a movie. Like, how detailed do you need an anvil? I run a little mastermind group in Brisbane, which is where I live in Australia. And it was like, yeah, there's actually, you know, the show Shark Tank, right? So there's this Australian Shark Tank version. And one of the guys in it, he's from my area. And so he made this place in Brisbane to like help startups. So I was, you know, hanging around there. And I was like at this party, some guy had a 1 million user party or something. And so I was just there, and then this guy stopped me. He's like, "Oh, are you Andrew Price?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." And yeah, he was like some guy who ran a really successful company, and he was a big fan of my work. And yeah, he was. Anyway, the reason I'm telling you all this is that, for one, it's actually cool to make tutorials, because every now and then a door opens for you because they've watched your tutorials. I don't know, it's cool. So now I know this guy who's, you know, got a successful company, and we're sharing advice and things like that. But anyway, he said to me like, man, you are really going at it with that anvil, aren't you? Like, you have just made it this really long series. And I'm like, yeah, it's becoming a bit of a thing. But it's funny because I said that, like he said that after I'd only made like 3 videos of these anvils. And there has been at least 4 or 5 more. So I can't imagine what he thinks now. So I'm doing different angles for these ones on the side because obviously it can be hit different ways. Maybe I'll make a couple of big ones. That's again something that I learned from like a little ZBrush Summit thing. They're like, if you're gonna say it, like don't mumble. And I think that's really, like, you can do that very easily in texturing. You can mumble, just like do like a little bit of detail like everywhere, which means that nothing has detail basically. So you gotta like do a few areas of like high interest and then a few areas of nothing and then some areas of high interest, and yeah. So anyways, I'm just messing around now, filling up the time, as I'm sure you can guess, listening to me ramble. But yeah, that's a good, it's an advice I would recommend to everyone. Oh, I haven't got the symmetric symmetry. It's because I'm painting so much like over here and then over there, I keep forgetting when I've turned it off and on. But yeah, make sure that you do both sides if this was something that you were going to do in a turntable or something, but I'm not going to do it. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, my advice, I was going to say, make sure you, like, there's so much free training on YouTube, like from ZBrush summits and like Gnomon classes and things. And they've got like industry professionals teaching you stuff. And just because you don't use the software that they do doesn't mean you can't watch the video. That was a mistake I made when I first started Blender. I thought like, oh, well, I can't watch a ZBrush or a 3ds Max tutorial or whatever because I use Blender. But the advice, like once you know Blender, and you'll be surprised, as you probably do know more than you think, you can really use, like, watch tutorials for anything and then take the same advice and transfer it across. So I think that that's like an untapped thing that a lot of Blender artists don't do, is learn from the learn from other softwares, because that's how you escape the pond. You know, being a big fish in a small pond. Blender's a small pond. The industry is huge and they're doing crazy stuff, and the more you can expose yourself to it, the better. All right, cool. At least it wasn't completely aimless chit chat while I did that. Anyways, now that you've done this, make sure you save it. Save as image, because if you saved Blender and closed it without doing this, you would lose it, okay? So, again, reminder, make sure you save before you close Blender. Save image. Okay, now that we've done that, okay, let's have a look. So, all that texture painting hasn't affected our render at all yet, because it's just all on its own in this little space down here. So it is a black and white texture, right? So what we want this to do is we want it to drive the bump, right? So because we've already got one black and white texture that's driving something, we need to add that together, just like what you would do if you wanted to add 2 black and white images together. You would have, well, maybe you don't do that often, but what you would use is a mix RGB node set to multiply, and multiply will take the dark values but ignore the white values. So now if I take that, put that into the bottom input there, now if we have a look at this, you can see that we've got both. Okay, so this is the original, like that's the metallic map, and then with the scratches combined on top of it. Make sure you set it to non-color data for everything, basically. Okay, so now I will drive that into that. So remember that the reason this is all complex, we've got 2 bump maps, is because we needed different amounts for our top part of the shader and different amounts for the bottom part. But anyways, check this out. Now, if we have a look at this, we should see scratches. Haha! Look at that. All over it. That's actually looking pretty good.
Yes, pretty good. I mean, I'm not even listening already to all this info because it's just obsolete. This is the obsolete way of making the things, and it's not applicable for my year, for my generation of Blender, because my Blender version works almost entirely in the other way, and all these things which he's doing, I just cannot apply it on my work because it's just a different way of making the things now than it was before, during the time when he was making this tutorial. So I really like begging Blender Guru to refresh this Anvil tutorial like he make with the donut tutorial, because it's not up to date, it's obsolete.
That was just like smashed together while I was rambling about random stuff. It's not too bad. Okay, it's a little obvious in some places, but it's not too bad. So because we've got this in the bottom input, if we want to turn down the amount of opacity, that's what this value will do. It will change the whatever's in the bottom input, the opacity of it essentially. So I can now decide how heavy do I want those scratches to appear. And it turns out probably about that much. I don't know, I might actually go a bit heavier on the bottom one. So maybe, I mean, I don't want to double up on nodes because it gets really messy, and I know that for following a tutorial it can be even worse, but I do want there to be a different amount on this bottom one. So let me just drag in this and let's turn that up so that just for this top shiny bit we've actually got more, yeah, harsher scratches. So it shows through on the copper. No, what is that? It's the same metal. It's the same metal, right? It's iron. It's an iron top, but it's shiny. So it'll show through on the top more. Okay, now the other thing I wanted to do, because we've got like that grunge in it, and also looking at the reference photo, you can see that inside the scratches, it's actually dark. So what we could do is we could use this dark, worn brown metal there inside that. And the way we would do that is just by adding it to our polish mask. So if I just do that exact same thing, take that multiply node, drop it in here, and now take the output from the scratches and, all right, let's just go full screen.
Okay, I'm just relaxed. I'm not I cannot compute anymore this information in my brain. It's just some random information which I just pass. So let's just watch until the end, and that's it. I mean, how much time we already spent? 4 hours? No, almost. I mean, this is all the things which at first, I mean, this is the things which are not necessary. At second, the way he's doing it here, no more applicable for the newer Blender version. This information is obsolete.
There.
It's not useful.
And now let's take a look at just those two together. Okay, so this is the...
So now I just wanna, you know, like, receive achievement, like, Anvil tutorial, done. So I can put a tick in my imaginary tick that I finished an Anvil tutorial, but it's actually it's not so useful. Not so useful. I mean, the newest donut tutorial it is much more useful just because it's like made with a newer version of Blender. I mean, of course I understand that it's like not easy to refresh your tutorials with each new version, but I guess it's already 5 years difference, and it's already really makes sense to refresh this tutorial, especially when you're recommending it as a part of your like 4-week studying course. So you are recommending it in 2022, like for the people who will who will study it in 2022 or even later, but you cannot study according to this tutorial because it's just not so useful as it's supposed to be.
The mask, and then we've got the scratches underneath it, like that. So now that will be controlling the shaders. Okay, now it's really, really subtle there. So what I want to do is right here, before it goes into this multiply node, I'm going to add in a color ramp node. So converter color ramp, drop it in here, and this will enable me to really amp up the darkness. So if I want these values here to be darker instead of like that washy gray, I just drag over that dark area, that dark slider, black slider, drag that across. Now, if we have a look at it, we should see. There we go. So we can now see that where those little divots are, it's starting to look really, really heavy. Like it's, sorry, not heavy. Like it's got dirt inside it, sort of. I mean, you know, you could tweak it a bit more, get it in some of the scratches as well, perhaps. I don't know. It's sort of showing through on the battering bits as well, which isn't what I wanted. So that's sort of, actually that looks kind of cool. That's pretty good. Alright, that's not bad. Alright, so let's just create that final render now that everything is complete. So I don't want this, I mean, it doesn't really even look like it's connected to it anyway, but I don't want that HDR behind it. So I'm just going to add in a plane right here. And I'll just make it as big as possible so that it fills the whole camera view, which is good. And I think white is, it's bringing the focus to the floor, which is not what I want. So instead, I'm just going to make it really dark. Even though the anvil's already dark, we've lit it well enough that it should stand out from it a bit, which is good. And then finally, right here, let's just go to 3D view, and I'm just going to add in a couple of lamps because this right-hand side is looking a bit dark. So I'll just add one lamp over here. Okay, and this is just going to cast, you know, pick up some of that detail in the side there. Right about there. I'll pull it out a little further.
Alright, so Shift A, mesh, plane, Shift C, no. Control S. No, блядь. Okay, anyway. Shift S. Selection to cursor. S. More. I have no camera. G. No. Camera. Shift A, light. Point. World. 0.5. Camera. Light. Oops. Too much. Then something like this. Shift D. Uh, Shift D. Um, point 4. Plane, base color, roughness, reduce. I mean, something like this. Render, sampling. Now let's make 1024 and denoise and hit render image. These fucking lines, how to remove them? Yeah, this bumps looks awful. Wait. Let's 3D viewpoint. Shader editor. This is awful. This fucking bumps. Awful. Really awful. Now I don't have this fucking lines here. Okay. Once again. Stop. And then let's point like this. Yeah, this will be better. I just want to distinct this area a little bit, like this. $2,000. 1,000. Something like this. Render. This line's also here. Looks like shit. I mean, the transition is awful. Well, this bump's awful. This line's visible as well. It's fucked up. It's fucked up but this is what we got. And we're supposed to be proud of it. It's also because of the bad UV mapping, but I mean, this area is supposed to be nice, but it's anyway, it looks awful. This is it. Okay, this is it. This is our image. Render. But I want to save image. Is it possible? Image CSS. And we'll render it. Okay, let's see.
So it's not too obvious. See, you could spend hours tweaking the lighting and everything.
I mean,
I'm just making one more.
I think my
just near the front here.
metal
just to pick
texture
up
is
the
also
detail
sucks.
in the
But it's from Polygon.
Let's have a proper word for it.
It's from
You know, I really feel
Polygon.
like I should
Supposed to
have,
be nice.
done like a blacksmith course or something before I starting this tutorial, just so I know, you know, what you actually use them for, because I feel like I don't know anything. But there you go. Now you could spend, you know, forever getting the lighting ready, but that is basically it. So Before I finish, I do want to ask you guys who have enjoyed this series. So I decided to put this whole series online for free, just on YouTube, because I really do believe that YouTube is the way of the future, and that it helps, so many people. But I also, I want to grow the business and
I need
expand, so we
money.
can keep making more tutorials in the future. So we need to make money as well. So I'm putting this entire series, this whole tutorial series, up on Blender Market. I'll put the link in the YouTube description, so if you want to check it out, it's just going to be $10, and you can get all the video files for this entire series, as well as the finished.blend file that you can learn from as well. So if you want to help me out, and even if you watch this whole thing and you've enjoyed it, if you could check that out. And it's an idea. I'm trying this as an experiment, seeing if it works. If it doesn't, then I'll have to go to a different method in the future. But anyways, thank you for watching this whole series. If you did enjoy it, please give it a thumbs up and refer it to a friend if you think they're into Blender. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in a future tutorial.
So, I mean, yeah, result is nice. This is my result. I mean, some areas looks like shit. Most of the areas, let's say, looks like shit. It's a little bit similar to Anvil, but not so much. His Anvil looks much better than mine. But I mean, tutorial is obsolete. It's obsolete. It's supposed to be renewed, refreshed. If you're recommending it at the part of your educational program, if you are interested in this free educational system, free educational courses, you have to refresh it, because I think the crucial part in why I wasn't able to make everything according to the Blender Guru is just because I needed to check almost every video some additional videos on YouTube on how to make this or how to make this, because it wasn't corresponding his video, his Blender version functionality wasn't corresponding to mine, and I just spent half of the time checking in the internet how to make this, because the explanation in the tutorial is just useless. Yes, let's say it's useless because it's just not corresponding to the reality. It's not the tutorial for year 2022 or later. So okay, if you are, like you said in this video, right, if you are interested in the business, money making, blah blah blah, okay, refresh it and make it for some payment. Okay, $10, I don't know, $20, any price you like, but it has to be refreshed. It has to be refreshed. Do not recommend this Anvil tutorial anymore, Blender Guru. Make an update that please do not follow this tutorial. It's obsolete. It's a lot of useless information there which you will not be able to use with the newer versions of Blender. So I will just leave a comment. What I learned from an Anvil Creator series: how to use Boolean, how to use how to make Thanks Andrew for the series. I hope channel grown 10 times this year. coordination and then done. Means we are dedicated fuel on the injured and good, so without the 90% of all cohort dropped out. So congratulations, you made it to the end of truly deserve a pat on the back. 5 years ago, 5 years ago, 11 months ago, 2 years ago. I mean, can we separated by date? Thank you. The series got me into Blender. Thank you, Blender Guru. By the way, I never watched the Donut series. I directly hopped to this series and I would recommend it for anybody who wants to start hard service modeling. Thank you so much. It was incredibly useful series of lessons. I mean, yes, there are a lot of useful items here in the video, but some of the items you just cannot practically use it in the newer Blender versions. Why can't high meet and computer not paint? Солов'їною, будь ласка. А где оркестр Зура наковальни? Guys in Russian asking the Australian guy in Russian, where is the archive? Oh, we did it. Yes, for 3 final node layout. Could you do it this user spots texturing park? Yes, you see, it's heavily outdated. That's what I'm telling. I'm not the only one who see this. Excellent skill tutorial. Finish my end and use it as an asset in another scene. I mean, I don't think that I will be able to use this somewhere. It looks like shit. I mean, it looks like shit starting from this mark seam part. Because, I don't know, I marked all seams just according to the Blender Guru, but you can see it looks terrible. Maybe I supposed to reduce the amount of, I mean it's just not working as on his tutorial. Maybe I'm dumb. Okay, I'm dumb. It doesn't mean I cannot learn, okay? How to choose the right resolution? No one seems to have this problem, but my scratches does not show up when I paint them. I mean, you see, Andrew Price not reading any of these comments. He's not liking, he's not answering. No, how to say this, no activity from him in the comment section. So even if we leave some comments, I suppose he will not even read my comment. Of course we can write him on email, but is it really necessary? I mean, I guess so. Hi Andrew, thanks for tutorial. I have completed the Donut and the Anvil series. Took me a while, but I now understand everything. I get that you are selling your tutorials. I'm willing to buy. You make skin texture tutorial, 20 your email. Excellent. Count me in. Okay, maybe he already refreshed it. Maybe he already refreshed it, I don't know. Blender Market. Anvil. Unreal tutorial. Ah. Okay. Andrew Price. Okay, let's go back. Set production mini course. We apologize, but this product has either been removed or suspended. Creator Blender Guru. Pro Lighting Skies. Pro Lighting Studio. BlenderGuru.com. I mean, it's not even present on his website, this tutorial.
Tutorial, and they go, great.
But here you recommended 1 year ago, 10 December 2020. I suppose already at that time it's not so useful. It was not so useful. Now it's even more not useful. Okay, let's write something. Dear, let's switch. Let's switch to this account so he will see at least. Dear Andrew, thank you for the tutorial. Dear Andrew, thank you for the tutorial. It really helped me a lot to understand a lot of things in Blender. But I also want to notify you that this tutorial series is already very obsolete, and a lot of items I was I was pushed to search in the internet separately, but I also want to notify you that this tutorial series is already very obsolete, and a lot of items from this in many moments during proceeding with the series, I was forced to search in the internet separately a lot of items separately through other YouTube tutorials. That means that The series must be refreshed. Please make a new Anvil tutorial with the newest Blender version. But anyway, thank you so much for such enormous amount of job done during creation of this series. Something like this. Right? Right. And after this, the homework.
Great. I'm going to make a spaceship.
Mhm.
You're not. You are going to blunder around in the dark for a few days, get frustrated, and then end up on Reddit, like you do all the time. So you have to pick something that is achievable, that you've just learned, that is something new related to that. Next up, aesthetics, composition. Composition is another area, just like lighting, just like materials, that is going to have a large impact on your final render. And a lot of people do it very poorly. I mean, most beginner images just have a lot of empty space. They have conflicting elements. They have like a bright window and a bright other thing, and everything's bright, and your eyes don't know what to look at because it's sort of fighting. Composition, my video on understanding composition. Again, links to all this in the description in one page. It explains how to make a pleasing looking image that is readable. So guiding lines, sort of design principles using shapes. It's some short things that you can do. And just, even if you don't understand everything at the stage, because of course you won't, it'll help you understand sort of how to make, why certain images are more pleasing to the eye than you might not have otherwise understood. And then guess what? Practical, of course. You're going to be using what you've just learned to improve either your donut, your anvil, your hammer, or your axe, or whatever it is that you modeled, to try and improve it using composition and lighting. And again, come up with 5 variations for it. So change the camera angle, change the position, change the aspect ratio of the image. So it doesn't have to be just widescreen. A lot of beginners just stick to the widescreen. It can be tall, it can be whatever aspect ratio you want. So play around with it, create 5 variations. Bam, well done. Next is a solo project. So you've learned really sort of the basics of making any asset. Pretty much. Like any sort of small-ish asset, it's modeled, it's textured, etc. Solo project. So,
Okay, stop. Solo project. I mean, solo project, okay, but what is this? Make something related, an axe, a weapon, etc. Replicate a photo. This is the same as this solo project, right? Or it's like more advanced. Okay, anyway, our next task is to make something related to the photo one by one.
Pick something that you think is achievable based on what you know. And at this point, you should know that there are things that are hard to do and there are things that you could possibly achieve. So pick something small to do that you could achieve. And I want you to replicate a photo 1-to-1. So this I've talked about in previous episodes is it's an important skill to learn. Replicating a photo 1-to-1 will not only help you in like what you need to do.
I mean, this task and this task are the same, right? So I guess this homework, it's supposed to be that one during the week 3. So after an Anvil tutorial, we need to watch the understanding composition tutorial. This one I don't like so much, especially with Anvil like this. I mean, it's not really matters, right, for us, but man, I mean, if you look like this, it looks more or less fine, but I already understood that the picture in the layout section and after this in render section, it's totally two different pictures. This is real problem for me, because I mean, I can adjust like 4 hours the image, the lightings. After this you press render, it's rendering, and it looks entirely different from the one which you wanted it to be. And after this you need to change everything, or you just need to change something, render, change something again, render, and like this a lot of times. I mean, I suppose it's possible to change somehow this settings, but how? I don't know how. Format. I mean, I don't know. But I mean, our Anvil looks like it was very nicely, very nicely polished from the top. Like extremely nicely. But you see here, no lines, all looks good. When you render, it has lines here, some lines over here, even here you can see all these lines. How to get rid of them, I have no idea really. How? I mean, I made unwrapping. This is our seam lines. You see how narrow it is? It's not even visible. But these lines, subdivision not making any changes. I mean, I actually supposed to look in this view, not in the material. Yeah. But I mean, no matter how you change the light, it's anyway looks like shit. Yeah, let's save one more time. Save as render. With lights. Yes, I'm a little bit sad with the result. I mean, I'm always sad when I don't get the result which I wish to have.
etc. Solo project, which has to be developed. It's an important skill to learn. Replicating a photo one-to-one will not only help you in like what you need to do next and what needs to be improved, but it develops attention to detail, which has to be developed. It's not, most beginners, beginning artists do not have that off the bat. You develop it over time, and it's this exercise of taking a photo of something, replicating it, and then putting it directly over the top of the other one, literally in Photoshop or wherever, and just turning the layer on and off, flicking between them. It reveals so much because you're so wildly off and you had no idea that that was happening. It's almost embarrassing when you see it, but it is important because it'll help your mind go from seeing things as just kind of big shapes to things that there's actually detail and there's reasons why it doesn't work. I've talked about why I think that like most artists should just focus on one-to-one replication. That's what you're going to be doing in this solo project. Okay, the next one, this is sort of just like a side theory thing to learn, optimizing renders. So this is a necessary thing of 3D, unlike 2D, When you paint, you finished, ta-da, it's done. 3D, you have to render. And depending on your machine, well, pretty much any machine, there's time involved in rendering. And if you don't know what is making your render take 20, 30 minutes to render, you're going to be eating up valuable time and motivation, because what can you do while you're sitting there? You can't use Blender. You can't really even use your computer. It's wasted time. And there are things that you can do to have just as good a result that takes a fraction of the time. So I have a video on 18 ways to improve your render speeds. I'd probably revisit it.
Okay, all of this later. So we will continue with composition. Tomorrow, what day is it today? Thursday. I mean Wednesday. Tomorrow we make composition, and after this we will see. Maybe I will take a few days break, because I like streaming every day already for 2 weeks almost, maybe more. And you know, your brain is just like needs some rest sometime, needs some refreshment. I wasn't outside almost for 2 weeks. I mean, just like for short time, just go to the market and back. So yeah, we will see. Okay, anyway, today we had like 4.5 hours. It's more or less okay. So see you tomorrow.